almost there.
Sub Hype, thank you for the 96-month sub, Z. That's a nice number there. The months just fly by, I tell you. Welcome in, Z. What's up? Hope you've been able to get some sleep. We got fluid wagons running Holmium solution here now, because my outposts were backing up on Holmium ore. I figured, well, I can either ship out some of the Holmium ore, I could make a master pipeline, or I could just connect the east and the west pipelines to a fluid wagon. Which, with the quality update coming up, I think that was the best idea. That reminds me, I should start producing quality cargo wagons now, fluid wagons. I think quality locomotives are going to be a thing too. Storage tanks? I think so. I think they're going to up the storage tanks. I know they're going to update the fluid wagons and the cargo wagons, so it's going to be a lot. It's going to make my compact builds even more compact now. And I'm all for that. Yeah, I could definitely see a benefit to quality storage tanks. I do hope they do it as well. Oh yeah, we don't have all that, do we? We have to upcycle. I need all those. $148,000 SPM. That's good. We finally got that last level of research prod. Research prod 69 now, max. I can definitely see a fluid upgrade to the storage tank going a long way, especially early and mid game with oil. It actually becomes more feasible to try to pump all the oil out of an oil field into your tank. I know they mentioned artillery wagons getting an upgrade too, but I thought that they already had that. I know artillery wagons do get better with quality. Maybe they're going to add something else. Okay, we got those going. So at this point, the main focus is trying to close the gap in Prometheum science. We have about a 6 or 7 minute gap. And I think I can get pretty close to closing that with some quality biter nests. We're waiting on more of those to come in. I'm really thinking about expanding, but I'm not sure I want to deal with more bioflux issues. To close the gap, we have to get these biter eggs up faster. Gotta make sure we have those.
And his name is John C.
What's up, Sensei? Welcome. 4-job Fiesta has begun. We could be getting into that later tonight. That should be a good coverage there. guess I should just go with rares for now, right? Okay, that means I'll have to call the epics into me. Yo, what's up, Hangry? Welcome. The fiesta has begun. Bioflux might become an issue with these new silos. We'll have to see. Make that concrete right. Thief, Ninja, Dragoon, Berserker. Well, Rip Magic, right? Still pretty good team. Thief has amazing utility. Thief can really do a lot. I think Thief is vastly underrated. Ninja's obviously OP. Dragoon has some good things about it. Oh, for sure. Ninja usually is, right? Most people frown when they get a Thief, not me. I am happy with Thief. I will take him. I guess I better go uncommon for now, right? I'll leave a couple rare there so they'll come in. make sure this doesn't eat all our bioflux. I started a volcano run, as in I registered for it. I haven't started the run yet. Volcano can get pretty challenging. I love this EM setup right here. It's obviously not something you'd want early or mid game, but late game, this is phenomenal. Fully self-sufficient, drop it on a scrap pile, easy EM science. Now that I've been able to connect all the holmium to a fluid wagon and pipeline, we can move in all the holmium solution that's extra so that we can produce high speed here at the main block. There's usually not enough iron, not enough batteries, not enough stone. Unless you've got a massive scrap operation going. As you can see, I'm trying to keep my scrap operation pretty small here. Just under 75,000 now for research costs. If we can close the gap on the Promethean science, then it's time to start thinking about the huge expansion that's going to be coming. And I mean huge. All the science has to be doubled because we, in essence, will need another Promethean ship. That's going to be a mega job. Volcana's probably the worst one. Leva expansion won't be too bad. Fulgora expansion, not too bad. I've got those pretty well on lock. Willow, not bad. Volcanus, terrible. I might just wait for the new update to expand, so I hopefully will not need as many trains. Oh, that's got to be doubles. I'm gonna have to decide if I want to double it here. Obviously, red and green science, that's easy. Military is gonna be a pain because we need a lot. Utility is kind of expensive. Chemicals, not too bad. Production science is gonna be the worst one. Unless I scheme up some type of massive new design where you have to bus in stone. I really don't like bussing in stone. I like the stone crafters, especially when they're not even wasting that much, really. Most stone crafters are just pure waste insert into lava. These stone crafters actually use the iron, the steel, and the iron bars. There's really very little waste from these. And that's why I like them so much. That said, these get pretty power hungry. I've got most of the foundries and EM plants running at electrical limit or close to it. Without it, we would need a huge fusion array. I'm running a 4-core right now. All legendary. We're gonna have to expand coal liquefaction advanced. We need a bunch more rocket fuel, a bunch more petroleum, and that's gonna need more bioflux too. Because we basically need biochambers now to keep up with this demand. Copper's still falling behind. Holy crap, man. Those are filling in nicely. We'll see how close we get after this next trip. The quality biterness are very expensive to produce. it costs a lot of uranium 235 in addition to fluorocarbon cold barrels. But they're worth in the long run for sure, because you get so many more eggs out of them. Without the quality, this array would probably be 3 to 4 times as large as it is right now. We would need at least 3 times the amount of silos. It's engineering, folks. Okay, all the uncommons are up. Spider nests do not work with upgrade planners. I hope they fix that soon. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to make sure I'm calling in the rare nests now too. The sliver of uranium ore I left here from the early game, like the old base, still pumping out uranium here. I really like this uranium processing setup. The logic will handle all of the quality ore. Progressive upgrades? Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Have some type of logic or something where it could be progressive. And then it'll only upgrade after you have a certain number. Devs, make that happen. Hey, legendary fluid wagon. Need to speed this up. Yeah, I could see that going a long way with blueprint compatibility. Devs, make it happen. Get busy over here now. More bolt conservers will be needed. Seems like bulk inserters are the most commonly used quality item that I have. I just always am producing more bulk inserters. That's why I've always got this set to 1,000. If it ever goes below 1,000, it's gotta start upcycling more. Yeah, that's just the kind of thing that can get people playing Factorio again. Okay, start upcycling those again. need to check for Laura. Okay, Homemore is going down at the outpost now. That's excellent. That's what we want to see. Yeah, all these are connected on a pipeline now with Holmium Solution. And I find that this is working really good. Okay, we need to get legendary scrap processing going here on Fulgora. Do I have this blueprint in this? I don't think I do. I'm gonna have to fish it out. Here we go. This is the legendary maker here. I am going to have to adapt this to also take in holmium ore, because there's never enough of that, right? Okay, let's see if we can do this remotely. Ah, what scrap pile do I want to use? Probably going to be this one right here. If it's big enough land, I think it is. Let's get one of those down before I get fried. the storm passes, I'll start building. Quite a bit more stuff there. Need more quality module. Out of quality module? You gotta be shitting me. I know I've got a ton on novice, but still want to start making them here again. Can't even place it because I don't have any freaking quality modules. Man, we've used a lot of quality modules. Holy shit. I was not expecting to run out of them here on Fulgore for a very long time. And here we are out. I need more bots. Just more. It's Factorio, always more. Okay, yeah, we still got a lot on novice. Good. I knew overproducing on novice was going to be a good idea. In the old base, we overproduced almost all the modules except speed and efficiency. Hey, we got nests here. We had a couple rares coming in, nice. You got to be really careful with the quality biter nests. If you place them in the wrong spot, then you're screwed. You basically have to destroy it. the legendaries are extremely hard to get. Another suggestion, devs, can we please get rid of this god-awful yellow here? This god-awful yellow that causes UPS issues and is just ugly every time you're hovering over a roboport? Why not make it like a light green or something, or a light blue? This yellow is just ugly. Quality 3 modules are back underway. What the hell do you mean not enough logistics storage space available? We have plenty of space here. And then it vanishes. What the fuck was that? Why are the bots not taking from the active providers on the side? Hello? It's definitely in logistic range. Because there's no unfiltered chest, that's why. For fuck's sakes, game. Okay, now I'm gonna have to figure out something for holmium here, because that's gonna be full of holmium quicker than shit. It's gonna have to be a train, probably. That means we're gonna need, if I'm gonna go solution, we're gonna need stone also. That means we're also gonna need ice. And that means we're going to need a void for ice. Welcome, fellow engineer. To Megabase Monday. We're gonna need some more of those now. How can that not be in a logistic network? Are we one tile off again, as always? Yeah, sure enough, look at that. It's one freaking tile off. Why does that happen so often in this game? Devs, increase the range! No, I play on computer, but I have to use controller. Because playing on keyboard gives my carpal a lot of issues. Learning on controller has been difficult. We got a lot of time on this file. This is the file I initially started learning with. 2,200 hours. Playtime. 700 of those hours I spent on novice learning. Okay, we got more nests here. He did. I probably would have stayed on novice forever, just learning. I had quality stuff that rivals the speed of foundries. That's how much time I spent on novice. There's another nest. And we got another nest coming in. 3 of them. Holy moly. Let's go. This should be dipping pretty soon, so we can switch. Getting lucky on the biter nest now. There's another one. Let's see how close we are to dipping here. We still got some time. So that gap is definitely closing on the Prometheum science now. Okay, back to what I was doing here. Oh, we gotta have a void for the ice. So now that'll void ice when it goes over 100. Good. We've already got legendaries coming in here. We're still getting some holmium. That must have been from the beginning, before I got the filters set in. Alright, now I gotta connect this pipeline all the way over there. and then holmium still might back up. I better get a void for it. I don't like having a void for holmium, but okay, yeah, there's our pipeline issue. I knew that was coming. I have to have another lightning collector or it's gonna get fried. Okay, there we go. Looks like holmium is being consumed. That's good. Which means stone is going to back up, so... we're also going to need a stone void. handle that. Lots of storage here for those. Now I've got to figure out how we're going to get it to the main base. I should probably just put a silo up here. That's going to mean we're going to need low densities, we're going to need rocket fuel, we're going to need processing units. Maybe not. Maybe I don't want to put a silo up here. Granted, all those are basically free. But then I'll have to do more tweaks. We'll probably get combinators going here. This should be fine for now. Let it fill up on legendaries. Let's go faster. Holmium could still back up down there, but we have a contingency now just in case. Oh shoot, yeah, we're gonna switch this. Why the hell are we out of green circuits? Grid is still holding. Okay, good. Okay, we got the new module up on full roar. Easy legendaries. Good, good, good. Okay, this has already come back in. Wow. Looks like our gap in this is about, what? 5 minutes? We gotta try to close that. Bunch more nests came in. Good. Okay. Won't need rares now. Yo, what's up, Triton? Happy Monday to you. Welcome. Okay, we've got all rares here now. Yes. If the price of gas doesn't start coming down, then we know that something's rigged here, right? Seems too good to be true. I wouldn't be surprised if something else happened in the Middle East. Okay, we've got 11 of these silos up now. We gotta be getting close to getting that gap closed down. With each quality nest, that'll get better. How are we looking for stack inserters? Those are starting to stack up. Very nice. This is what's going to make glebe expansion really easy. Is this outpost design I've got that just produces the science and launches it on site. Gleba, possibly the easiest expansion of all. More than Fulgora, more than Aquilo. Definitely more than Volcanus. I had hoped that research productivity 69 would have got us to 75K. But we're still just a little short. Banhammer's been dropped. Okay, let's get a prediction up on this Prometheum science. Prediction is up. Get your Zarbucks in now. Will we still have a gap in the Prometheum science after this trip? It's going to be close, I think. Drop your Zarbucks now. What do you think, folks? Are we going to make it this round, or are we going to need more biter nests? Prometheum is just about dry. Here it goes. And we're at 58,000. That's close. This is going to be close. We're closing this gap quick. The epics will still come to me, and I've got an alarm set for the legendaries. Some radar outposts. They've been very quiet. Artillery's doing the job. We don't even have these artilleries on yet, and it's still doing the job from the main base. Those biter eggs come from? Oh, it must have been from the extra load on the Covenant. Okay. Yeah, Covenant's going good. We do have biter egg disposal here, because every good factory has it. It looks like we actually went over Q this time. That's why this is needed. How are we looking on Aquilo? Aquilo has been rock solid stable. Do I add another quantum processor silo at this point? I don't think so. I think 4 is holding pretty good for now. Depends on if this gap in science is still there. Because we could save more time here with more quantum processor silos. We'll have to see where this one goes. I think we still have some in logistics storage too. So in theory, this is going to be slower once the logistic clears out. At which point, I feel like I should probably add 2 more. Just for the nice even number in the launches. That's going to be a much larger demand on rocket parts than on quantum processor parts, though. Not that we're short, we got a ton of carbon fiber and superconductors here. And carbide. I'll have to wait and see. We have all legendary bots on Aquilo now, and that feels good, man. Cryoscience is full, wow. We'll definitely be ready to expand cryoscience when that time comes. Could probably add more biolabs right now, but again, we're trying to close this gap in the research probe. What is this? Ammonia's running out. Turn this on. There we go. anticipated this would happen, which is why I set this up. Okay, now we're back in the sweet spot. Should really set an alarm for this. Hey, we got a hit. The Gamba is here. Legendary biter nest type. Let's cover the rarest first. That'll get us more eggs. Take a save on that. Legs got disposed of, good. South Supply Base is still just sitting here. At some point, I'm probably going to turn this into a science supply base where we're producing a lot of the basic sciences here. Either that or I take it to Volcanus. The next phase of expansion, it's either going to be a huge expansion on Volcanus or we're going to bring the basic sciences back to Novice here. And then I can ship them in via cargo train to the north. Because we got more than enough resources down here to make a lot of science. And these trains are already ready to go to supply whatever is needed, wherever it's needed. This is only going to get better with the quality upgrade. With the new version, the quality upgrade, these trains are going to be able to supply a massive amount of not only fluids, but whatever type of cargo is needed. I can't duplicate the base because we need the cargo landing pad and we need the biolabs right outside of it. For the longest time, I only wanted to produce the science on Volcanus, but as expansion is growing closer, we've got all these resources on Novice. I'm going to have to try to devise a UPS-friendly way to start producing mass science on Novice. In addition to getting it up there to the cargo bay, like, we need it right next to it. If I bring in the cargo train, I'll probably have it go right here. I was going to save this side to build another side of biolabs, but I don't know, that probably won't have to happen for a very long time. I might very well be burnt out on Factorio by that time. If you can believe that. We've been doing Factorio nonstop for over a year on this channel. We've done just about everything you can do. Still got a lot of Promethium in storage. Where's the Covenant at now? It's just getting to Shattered Planet territory. Okay. This is the masterwork of circuitry right here, is the Intrepid. Just about every function on this platform is controlled via the circuit network. We got the sushi belt of everything coming in and out as needed. Main production hub here makes everything as needed. This can even do Promethium science in limited capacity. This platform does it all. It's fast, it's relatively small for its size and its capability. Its cargo space is humongous. Love this platform. Eventually, as science continues to expand, we might have to get Intrepids up instead of Cherubs for the inner planets. Let's give the Cherub as a very small platform. We're getting a lot of science from these very small platforms because of the legendary cargo space. They're not exactly the fastest thing. Max speed is 222. But on one thruster, 3 solar panel, 3 chem plant, 2 foundry, and 1 assembly machine, 1 collector, 1 crusher, 4 gun turret. Extremely efficient and cost effective, which is why I like this. It's really amazing what circuit networks can do for efficiency. How are we doing here? All that holmium is getting used. Oh wow, it really is getting used too. Look, that tank's empty. Okay, yes, it's pumping everything it's got into the other tanks. Glorious. That's exactly what I want. So now we're gonna have to be watching this number for holmium. It looks like it's coming down a little bit slower. We want this number to slowly come down, like really slowly. Almost to the point where it's stable. I should get an alarm here for this too, I think. The grid is getting a little low here, but still holding. Do I have speakers in here? No, let's get those called in. Looks like we have to make some more. This mall setup has been really, really good. Can make anything I need here when I need to, right next to the Omni Foundry. That's making all the intermediates. Copper cable is dry. Yeah, the green circuits are eating all the copper cable. We gotta get a copper cable maker up. That's why I have this ready to go. I'm gonna want this to be a passive provider. Okay, green circuits will cap. That should open up some copper cable. Want that over there now. All them legendaries coming already. Fulgora grows. I don't know anyone else that does EM science this way. As anyone who watches this channel knows, we do things differently here. Everything that's not EM science ingredient or rocket part ingredient is voided. And it actually keeps up with a small design. Freaking glorious. Originally, I had not intended to connect a pipeline with the Holmium solution, but because Holmium was backing up at the outpost, I had to. And that's working out great because I can just pump it all into here, and then we can take up EM science here. Yeah, get your Starbucks in, folks. Prediction is about to end. What's up, Elastoid? Welcome. Long time no see. Quality modules are coming in. Good. Very good. this EM plant is cooking the EM science. Holmium's starting to stack up here now. So now we're going to have to devise some type of balance here. I think I'm going to have to circuit the pumps. Are you kidding me? Why doesn't that reach? You gotta be kidding me, devs. Okay. Now see, this is going to be tricky here, because we're going to have to try to find some type of balance here. Outposts will back up. I guess I should just maybe let the holmium stack here, because we can always speed up the EM plant and go through more holmium. When things start getting to this scale, balancing becomes a bit of a tedious task. That's probably because my old account was cooked. I got locked out of my old account. You can find me there. Something you wanted to discuss? Okay, post stream I'll reach out to you, or if you message me, I'll be sure to check it out. Nothing bad, never anything bad, right? We're over bad here. We don't do bad here anymore. Last chance saloon on the prediction, folks. Be sure to get your Zarbucks in. This message is annoying, but I'm not quite sure how to fix it yet. I could remove a gun turret, that might fix it. There we go. That should deal with it, I think. I'm getting tired of seeing that message. I should deal with that. We were having issues here with some of these power plants backing up, as in the inserters not being able to insert. So I had to do some fancy circuit work here, and since we've done that, it's been clear. We've had no issues. Of course, we've got our emergency biter disposal here, just in case something happens. You never know. I once had a Quillo. The Quillo actually backed up on fluoroketone hot because my cryo plant was not fast enough to cool it. So I had to upgrade it to legendary, and when that happened, this platform had already had a ton of biter eggs and was waiting at a Quillo. Which is why you need this contingency. You've got to have some way to dispose of biter eggs quickly, just in case something does happen. As we know, I'm all about the contingency on this channel. How are we doing here? Yeah, that's stacking up. So everyone asks on this platform, how did the fusion fuel cells get in? There's no belt. The fusion fuel cells are manually inserted. And there is an alarm here to let you know when. So like when this runs out, that alarm will go off, and I know I need to manually insert. Of course, I could be lazy, I could just run a belt down here. But why do that when I can use circuit networks? Do something cool with it, something different. So one thing of note is that the alarm will actually not work if these have the same number of fusion fuel cells, because they will run out at the same time and then all the power will die. So you have to make sure that one of these reactors runs out of cells before the other. And as long as you have that, you don't have to worry about it. The alarm will always go off when you need to manually insert. Again, people say it's silly, it's ridiculous, it's a little risky, but like I say, we do things different on this channel, everyone. We're not your run-of-the-mill engineer here. Nests yet. SPM still holding just under 75K. Up a lot of ore here on Gleba. We're actually importing iron ore from Gleba to Fulgora. There's really no better place to import ore than Gleba. Or rather, export from Gleba. Because it's free. Iron ore, copper ore, absolutely free here on Gleba. As all the plants just regrow. Everyone hates Gleba. But not me, I love Gleba. And everyone's all too eager to send me here when we do co-op or multiplayer. One of these days, for multiplayer, I want to see someone else do Gleba. Plenty of those. 85,000, yeah. We lost power on Gleba a long time ago, and as you can see, I was kind of trauma shocked by it. So I imported 100,000 fusion fuel cells to ensure Gleba will never run out of power again. I saw your Gleba Z, it was not bad at all. It was clean. Although I guess it's a little different with blueprints, right? And in multiplayer, you know, you're kind of limited on this and that. Whereas in single player, you got blueprints and you can usually work around things on Gleba. Nobody likes to deal with Gleba, I'm telling you. The hostiles, the spoilage. I think I like Gleba because I went to Gleba first during my first play of Space Age. Because as I said, I spent forever on Novice. I had over-engineered everything. We had a bunch of rare quality stuff. And I wanted to test my defenses. So I said, yeah, let's go to Gleba first. At that point, not yet knowing the true majesty of the foundries and the EM plants. Yeah, this is still the same map that I started Space Age with. This is the one. It's a task for sure. Especially if you're doing the math and try to stay ahead of everything. There's just so many extra variables that are in play on Gleba. The spoilage times, how quickly things can back up, the hostiles. Landing on Vulcanus, you can get set up pretty quickly, pretty easily. Landing on Fulgora, really quick, really easy setup if you know what you're doing. Landing on Gleba, not so much. Landing on Gleba takes quite a bit of time to start to get any type of starter base going. Same thing with Aquilo. Aquilo takes a long time to get going. Usually. I mean, I guess you could go into Aquilo with a bunch of cargo and a blueprint and you get it going pretty quick. How many bots are active right now? Just under 1,000. Eventually, I would like to get this to no more than 400 bots active. We're still quite a ways from that, just because every time expansion is needed, upcycling has to produce more, has to produce more. Seems like everything is quite stable right now. I think the big concern right now is probably going to be Fulgora. We're going to have to watch that Holmium situation pretty close. Might have to get RS latches going. There'll be one of two solutions. Either make another EM plant to make EM science. Which means we're probably going to have to step up everything else to keep up with it. Or try to get some type of circuit network going that balances it. It's going to be a really fine balance there. So I don't want to get too much holmium here, but the fact of the matter is that's exactly what's happening right now. At least here we have space for the holmium. You can always upcycle holmium ore, but quality holmium ore doesn't do anything, so. I think everybody's that way with certain planets. For me, I think least favorite planet is Aquilo. Aquilo just seems so, like, one-dimensional to me. You're there, you get the science, you get the tech, and then you're off the solar system edge and it's GG. Not to mention, balancing Aquilo can be really tedious, especially at high production. So you gotta have this convoluted setup where you recycle ice for too much ammonium, you You cycle ice for too little ammonium. And then if too much ammonium, you got to recycle solid fuel or rocket fuel. I do solid fuel. That said, I like the way Aquilo looks. Aquilo always looks good because of everything being square and the heat pipes. It can. It seems like, okay, just a couple tiles of heat pipe here and there won't make that big of a difference. It does, actually. It makes quite a difference. I'd get creative here with the beacon coverage and trying to get this as compact as I could get it while still keeping it fast and tileable. I've got all the ingredients coming in by belt. Eventually, I would like to get all the ingredients to the quantum processors by belt, but they take so many. What is that? That's 5 different ingredients, so he would need what? A minimum of at least 3 different belts, right? Unless you're mixing, and that can get tricky. So I would have to have another slot for 3 different belts coming in here. Not sure how I'm going to do that one yet. And I mean, at this level of worker robot speed and legendary bots, probably not even worth it. Still got quite a bit of Prometheum science here. I keep agricultural science low for obvious reasons. The fresher it is, the longer it lasts. Where are we at here? We're almost through another 70,000 byte rigs. Wow, look at that spoil time that's left. Still 19 minutes and we're almost through all of them. At this point, do I entertain the notion of expanding cargo, maybe? I don't know. We're already stretching the UPS limits here of these platforms. I think we've got a really good balance of UPS-friendly size and speed with this platform. And ultimately, if you can hold just under 75K research prod non-stop on one platform, that's phenomenal. A platform of this size, that's phenomenal. Just over 2,000 tons. There's really 2 different ways to do Prometheum science at this scale. One is to go with the just enormous platform that has a gigantic belt weave on it. It can store a ton of Prometheum. And then you really just use that as a buffer when needed. And then the other method is to make a smaller platform that's really fast and have a ton of biter egg nests to get the biter eggs up quickly, and then get to Shattered Planet territory quickly, get them processed, and get back. What I've done with this platform is I've tried to find an equilibrium between both of those, where we still have a relatively small UPS-friendly Prometheum platform with a sizable amount of belt storage. Belt storage holds over 54,000 Prometheum chunks. Usually I see people go one or the other exclusively. It's either the fast platform with a ton of biter egg nests, or the enormous platform that just holds so much Prometheum you can just use it as a buffer. I don't see many people going for an equilibrium between both of them, but I find this is working really good. I'm really satisfied with this platform. The belt storage, it looks good. We're getting what, 57 UPS deep in Shattered Planet territory right now? That's strong for a platform of this size and speed. It is circuited to slow down once you reach Shattered Planet territory to maximize the amount of Promethium you're getting. And then once out of Shattered Planet territory, it will go back to full speed. Try to get back to Novice as fast as possible. It took a while to learn that combinator. The initial thruster control is not that difficult. But when you introduce thruster control toggled on and off based upon where the platform is at, that was a little confusing. But I finally got that figured out. Ultimately, what I had to do was I had to rig circuits to the hub and have them produce a signal to the pumps for when the thruster control needs to come on. So you have to have a combinator set it for the thruster control itself to mitigate the pumps and to put them on a timer, in addition to having another signal come in that's reading where the platform is. And we got through all 70,000 biter eggs, 211,000 Promethium stars. There's always a little bit left over. What would be really swag is if we could actually get back to Novice while there's still biter eggs that haven't spoiled here. Then we would process all the biter eggs. Granted, there's only like, what, 20 left over, which is nothing. They hatch and the laser turrets take care of them. But just from a swag standpoint, like if we can get back to Novice within the next 16 minutes, that's freaking incredible. As you can see, I could get a little bit more here, but it's risky, because if this platform, if the cargo backs up in any way, shape, or form, we've got a big problem. So I need to ensure there's always some extra cargo space here, more than you would normally need. And the amount of Promethium we could get from this, probably not really worth it. Maybe another 10k. But then, like I said, we're pushing the limits of, you know, what if something backs up? What if we have to take something on? Can drop those back down now. Show me a biter nest. Nope. The normal biter nests are pretty easy to get and relatively cheap. So I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just spam a ton of those. But at this point, I'm trying to do everything as efficiently as possible. And that means legendary quality. Because that saves on space, that saves on bioflux consumption. With normal quality nests, we'd need probably 100 or more of them. And by 100, I mean silos. Which is 100 silos would be, that'd be, what, 1,000 biter egg nests of normal quality? Think of the bioflux consumption that eats, as compared to something like this, where they're almost all legendary. It's just a massive, massive dip in the amount of bioflux needed. Fluid pipelines have been great. This This is how I'm designing most all my megabases from now on. I like this perimeter of roboports, and then all of our pipelines and fluids, and then the perimeter defense. The corners line up really nice. I can get fluids anywhere I want in the factory if I want to start prototyping. These are the science prototypes I've got here for novice. And these obviously go to boxes. I would eventually like to get these to belts. They all use logic from the single foundry to create most of the intermediates needed. Again, these are designs I don't see anyone else doing. Things like this, where you have one logic foundry making steel, bar, plate, and cable. How are we doing for prod modules? 2,700. That's still going down. Expansion uses a lot of prod modules. This area here just never stops producing. The Smart Silo and the Omni Foundry, because we've got so much upcycling going on here. All the other sciences are holding 100%. It's just a matter of Prometheum right now. Part of me doesn't want to close the gap because in between the gap we can still get some other levels of research that we need. I still need 3 levels to cap out on asteroid productivity. And I think I still need 3 levels to cap out on scrap processing productivity. But they just take so long. And during that time, you've got agricultural science that's backing up and spoiling. You could get overproduction going on. I think I'm probably just going to let research prod go for a long, long time once we've got it stable again to the point where it's not dipping. Probably level 90. I think the highest level of research prod I've seen from a legit file, like no cheats and no sandbox and no speeding up time, I think it's like 94. Maybe lower than that. Maybe it's like 80. I know Stupid Fat Hobbit. Stupid Fat Hobbit has got a very impressive megabase. He's pushing for 10 million SPM. And he's got some really cool, you know, top tier optimized designs. 10 million SPM, that's unheard of on a legit file with no mods. And I think he's about to do it, so. I've contemplated 1 million SPM, but until the new laptop is turned on, it's just not feasible. UPS would crash. Even Hobbit right now is starting to encounter some UPS issues, and he's got maximum optimization going on. He even uses clocking, which is something at some point we will be exploring here on this channel, is clocking. Clocking can improve UPS quite a bit, but it's a nightmare because you have to clock everything. Every amount of production you've got going, every insert that's coming out has to be clocked. And by clocked, I mean via a circuit network where they're all turning on at the same time and turning off at the same time. Hobbit himself was saying, you know, he was into it. He was into Megabase and it was great until clocking. And by the time he was done with clocking, he wanted to pull his hair out. And this is going to be close, folks. This Prometheum. Could still be a gap here. This was another nightmare I had to go through, was getting all of this calcite organized and centralized. We originally had 13 million calcite, and it took forever to get all of that centralized. I had an incident in the factory early on where we ran out of calcite, and I vowed we're not going to run out of calcite on Novice ever again. This is the result. Same thing with artillery shells. As you can see, we got more artillery shells than I know what to do with. I still need to organize some more things. Explosive rockets, we've got a ton of those. I got to get those organized. What else do we have a ton of? A lot of refined concrete, a lot of landfills, a ton of uncommon utility science. I let that stuff go forever when I was doing the quality science and we were producing a ton of it. Now I'm torn. What do I do with it? Do I upcycle it to legendary? Do I attempt to insert it here and there and save on utility science? I'm not sure. Not sure what to do with all that uncommon utility science yet. And uncommon chemical science. We got a lot of that. We overproduced military science, as you can see. We had like 10 million of that. That took forever to get organized by the labs. But compared to what it was, the storage situation is much better now. I kind of went ham on barrels here, as you can see. Definitely overdid it on the barrels. In co-op and multiplayer, they call me the barrel man. I don't think I know anyone that uses barrels as much as I do. Still more Bork inserters coming through here. Just never enough of those things. I've already overhauled most of my blueprints. My blueprint book I'm pretty satisfied with right now. We've got electrical for early game, mid game, obviously late game with the ginormous 18 core. Substation grid with the nice concrete work. On my defense blueprints, early perimeter defense, corners, and then advanced late game. Death World Marathon. The Death World, I like to have 2 rows of gun turrets and then the flamethrowers. Because as anyone who plays Death World knows, it can get pretty intense. Especially Death World Marathon, where you're really struggling. The Infobon file, which I do use some amount of sandbox and speeding up time with, is where I tested most all of my blueprints. Because I figured if they're tested in Death World Marathon, then with normal settings, it should be, you know, easy peasy, piece of cake, right? Especially with the Prometheum ships. The Prometheum ships I designed for Death World Marathon, you have half the spoil times. So I came back to this and I'm like, man, I've got all day long to get those biter eggs up there now, compared to what I'm used to. Smelting blueprints here, early game. Ore main bus, 2 furnaces. Electric furnace array. This is a really cool molten array for Locanus. It handles all the stone while still getting you an export if needed. It looks good, it's tileable, and you can expand it very easily. Production, we got 3 different phases here, early game. I had a lot of requests for early game blueprints, because most of mine are mid to late game, so that's what we got going here. We got mid-game production here, Omni Foundry, coal liquefaction, some more advanced circuits. Omni inserter storage chest. These are really handy. Drop this on any planet, and then it ensures that you've always got each type of storage chest and each type of inserter available. I'm never doing co-op again without this blueprint, and I'm putting it on every planet. This Omni Foundry is really cool because it not only makes the molten, but also the intermediates needed. It can work at normal quality, but it's a bit slow. Omni Foundry gets much better with quality. And your late game production, we've got the fast Omni Foundries. This actually makes all the pipes and every belt and splitter type on Vulcanus sequentially. Really cool. Really like this blueprint. Omni Cryoplant makes all the Cryoplant intermediates needed. You do have to have pumps here, or the fluids will end up mixing. This thing here puts out a ton of circuits very quickly. Good stuff. Very satisfied with my blueprint book for now. I do need to update it and export it at some point. Oh, Prometheum's out. It's the dip. How close were we? It's going to Aquilo now. Okay, yeah, that's still a sizable gap there. We're gonna need more biter nests. Let's get that prediction dealt out. And if you voted yes, then the winner is you. There is a gap in research prod this round. So somebody made some Zarbucks there. Congrats. Your faith in me was misplaced this time, Z. Yeah, this is still going to be like, what, at least a 4 to 5 minute gap here. Now, if I do another silo of nests, it's going to cut into our iron ore here. I don't want that. Because right now, this iron ore is producing all the molten iron in the factory. Which is why you don't see a bunch of trains coming in and out of here. I've got the fluid pipeline going. I guess we just wait for legendaries now and see where we end up after that. I would like to not expand beyond this for this platform. This is where I want to keep it. Yeah, there's the biter egg spoiling. There's still a couple minutes there. We've got to get this going faster somehow. I guess it's time to add another QP silo. I love that they're tileable. It just makes it so easy. And just like that, more quantum processors. I need to get my Aquilo control center up soon. So I've got alarms for everything. Okay, that'll save some time. We're going to be wrapping up stream within the next half hour here. 3 hours of power. Megabase Monday continues next Monday. We're going to be doing Megabase Monday every Monday. And the march to 100K SPM research prod will continue. Still got enough ice here? Okay, yeah, we're good. Ice is moving now. I keep this at 20K. I don't want it to go over 20K because then ammonia backs up completely and you have to empty the tank. I could probably use RS latches to control this, but the way that I design things, I find it's just better to recycle a little bit of ice or avoid a little bit of solid fuel. It's not like there's a shortage of ammonia on Aquilo, right? There's oceans of stuff everywhere. Okay, back to research prod now. We'll see how close we get this round. The stream will probably cut before we have a result, so we'll refrain from the prediction this time. Is this still keeping up? Yes. What is our number here? 8,300. That's definitely coming down a lot faster now. What I might have to do is I might have to get radars up. And then be able to connect all the outposts via wireless radar to the main base and balance out this holmium thing. Because as of right now, it looks like holmium will eventually run out for the outpost. And if or when it does, that's when I'm going to have to decide how to fix this. I guess what I could do is just put the train on snooze, right? Until we need more holmium solution coming in. And then as the outposts accumulate more holmium ore again, we'll be using more holmium ore here at the main outpost, or the main base. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll be able to switch in between like that. And we should be able to find some type of equilibrium there. look at this. We're already running out over here. Wow, look at that. I was not expecting that to run out already. Okay, that's actually good though. What this does is this will ensure that holmium ore will not run out. Or rather, won't back up, I mean. It will run out. But it'll still come in steady enough to keep science moving. So yeah, maybe I actually won't have to do anything here. Yeah, look at that. We're starting to see a dip in holmium here now. I need to check my circuit. Okay, yeah, when that dips under 5, then we start making holmium here again. This should balance itself now that I think about it. Fluid wagon was definitely the right choice. I had considered a pipeline. Or maybe even just shipping in the holmium ore, but you can just get so much more from the fluid tanks. You really want to upgrade anything to your fluid bus as soon as you can, rather than the ore. These are still coming in good. Yeah, that's probably where the extra holmium is going, because we're making quality 3 modules here again now. EM plants are ahead, recyclers are way ahead, Tesla turrets way ahead. I've got thousands of legendary Tesla turrets on Novice because I was importing holmium ore and I had a Tesla turret upcycling going on Novice for a long time. Let's go! Hype! The precious legendary biter nest. Replace this with a rare, or replace a rare with this. Been pretty good stream so far for the gotcha. We've had 2 legendary biter nests come in. I've done 5-6 hour streams and we've gotten none, so that's great. The gotcha is here. Hype. How's uranium holding? Are we under 100,000? We're under 100,000 now, wow. Yeah, the biter nest cost is starting to reveal itself here. So much U-235. I think I burned almost 1 million U-235 getting these biter nests up. We might have to make another depot here to get uranium in more frequently. I guess we better do that, huh? Always work to be done. You're not gonna give me that wall, are you? Do I have a blueprint for this? I do not. Yeah, we got a raid coming in from Slab of Bacon. Hey, mysterious stranger, how have you been? Haven't heard from you in a long time. Welcome in, raiders. We are Megabase in here on Factorio. It's Megabase Monday. Thank you so much for that shout, Z. City Skylines. I have that game too. That was gifted to me by Z, and I need to start playing that soon. How's your city coming along? I'm worried, Z. I'm worried, you know, if I'm going to get the City Skyline bug like I got the Factorio bug. And then it's going to be an obsession for a year. Never a dull moment. The city is bustling. Okay, we got to get this signal. Why are you not building that? Thanks so much for the hydrate. Today's hydration powered by Bio Orange. Is there a Cities 2 coming? Okay, that should be signaled correctly now. We should get a little more uranium coming in now. It was hot garbage at launch. Well, at least the dev crew fixed it up. Yes, welcome in, Raiders. We do a lot of Factorio here. We do some randomizers. A lot of randomizers, free enterprise, most notably, most frequently. We're going to be doing 4-Job Fiesta, as it is 4-Job Fiesta season for Final Fantasy V. That might start as soon as later tonight. We do the occasional multi-world archipelago here with the community. We got a great Discord community. Come on in. If you like what you see, join our multi-worlds. We've always got people willing to help you set up if you haven't learned archipelago yet. A lot of fun. All are welcome. Unless you've proven yourself that you're not welcome. Okay, yeah, this is much better. The trains will be able to get in here much faster now and out. This should stabilize the U-235 somewhat. I don't like that wall right there. I can't even get to it. Dang it. OCD demands it must be done right. Did we catch up on Vulcan servers yet? We did not. They're still moving. We are under 60,000 for fluorocarbon cold barrels. I think we're gonna have to increase that import, just because we're using so much to make these spider nests. I'm currently bringing in, what, 300? Yeah, we gotta take that up. Increase to 400. Despite Holmium running out, this is still moving along pretty good here. And that's an interesting amount I've never seen before. Peace. Two long arm inserters are still keeping up with getting it out. If I speed it up more, we're probably gonna have to add a third one. Ice is barely keeping up. We got to start importing ice. Probably gonna have to devise a new scrap processing setup here. This one has worked great for a long time. It's been able to keep up with most everything we need, and it's still relatively compact. But we're just reaching a point now where we've got to have more. We got to have more ice. We got to have more iron. And we got to have more stone. That's probably going to be the task for next Megabase Monday, is starting to brainstorm a new scrap processing setup that is more productive. This is extremely efficient, but what we need now is more production here. How are we looking for legendaries here? Holmium still ahead. Stone Void is working. Ice Void is working. So nothing else should be stacking up here. We already got 1,000 legendary iron plates here. Look at all those legendaries that have come in already. Holy crap. I freaking love this blueprint. And yes, this blueprint, like, basically 99% of all my blueprints are self-engineered. I'm one of those types that likes to make their own blueprints. Granted, I have learned a lot from other people's blueprints, and there is a rare occasion where I do use other people's blueprints. But I'm just one of those, you know, stickler engineers. There's just something that makes me feel better about using my own blueprints. Yeah, we're gonna have Legendary's hand over fist here soon. We're gonna have to get a silo up here, I think. Yo, what's up, Ish? You down with OPP? Yeah, you know me. What's up, Ish? How you doing? Hope you had a good weekend. We're gonna be wrapping up here pretty quick. And later tonight, I would say the forecast is quite good for either Nans or 4-Job Fiesta. I've got a volcano run cooked up and ready to go. It's time. It's already Fiesta time. Man, that came up quickly, didn't it? I'm hyped for it, though. I'm ready for 4-Job Fiesta. I'm ready to dive right in, find out who we're going to get. Volcano run can usually get pretty challenging, as the volcano jobs, aside from Ninja, are not exactly the most optimal. Oh, yeah, always a good time, even when I'm cussing at it, even when it's driving me nuts. Like that run I had, was it last year? Maybe it was year before last, where I was stuck with the trainer until the Earth Crystal, and I didn't know about the Sand Bear being better than the Imps. So I was spending hours and hours trying to capture Imps for Flare, or Goblins rather, when I could have easily just caught a couple Sand Bears and it would have been much more efficient. Alright, well, we've definitely got the Holmium situation figured out here for now. That was one of the big check marks for today, was to get Holmium stable. How far out are you? I kind of want to wait here to find out if this is going to get back or not. I guess we should. Let's push a little bit longer. Uh-oh. It's red alert, Sensi. Okay, my alarm is working. Oh, I just love that. I love that this setup works without having to belt in fusion fuel cells. The power of circuits. I'm telling you, folks. It's dopamine in a game. This platform would have blown up if it weren't for that alarm. Okay, we'll do another prediction here. Why not? Since we're going to hang out for a bit longer. All right, prediction is up. Another chance for y'all to earn Zarbucks. Will we see a gap in research prod this round? We added a whole new silo. Last one was close. This one's going to be closer. We're going to be clear. If you're voting yes, then you think that there will be a gap in our research productivity. If you're voting no, then there's not going to be any gap in research productivity. And by gap, I refer to a dip in the graph here. After this prediction, we will be wrapping up and rating. And then keep an eye out on the Discord later tonight for an announcement that 4-Job Fiesta may be starting here. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling that itch. I'm feeling that 4-Job Fiesta itch right now. I'm gonna aim to do at least 4 completed runs this year. I see other people who have done like 20. I think last year Fathalo did 20. Maybe 21. That's a lot of 4-Job Fiesta, folks. The year before last, I actually ended up doing 7. And that's the most I've done. I was really ambitious that year and I had time. We got Zarbucks coming in. It's the Gamba time. Now, this year I'm going for 4. I think 4 is a good number. 4-Job Fiesta, right? The Volcano run is probably going to take a while. Unless I start with Ninja. If I get Ninja, then we're in the driver's seat for the Wind Crystal. I might decide to do a run of the GBA version as well, or perhaps even the PlayStation version, or maybe even the remake. I'm not sure yet. Let's see where it goes. I do want to do at least 1 run of the GBA version because I like the advanced jobs and I need to scratch that itch, if you will. Cannoneer OP, Gladiator OP. The Necromancer, I don't know. I haven't really learned Necromancer yet. I'm not sure where that class can excel, really. Show me a Biter Nest. No. Can we get 1 more before the stream ends? Really looking forward to the new Factorio update. I want to see just how much of a difference these quality cargo wagons, fluid wagons, and locomotives are going to make. The thought of a quality locomotive being even faster with nuclear fuel at legendary status, I really want to see how fast those things are going to go. That's going to be cool. That's going to be a huge boost for anyone who plays Railworld. Okay, let's make some rounds here. Everything's clear, everything's holding. Gleba's been rock solid stable forever. I don't think I've had any issues on Gleba in over 1,000 hours or more. It's just so reliable. Fugora we got on lock now. Let's check in on Aquilo. We're going to be using a lot more Flowcat on cold here now. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. Wow, that's almost full already. Holy smokes. We are churning out the QPs. How are we doing for supplies here? That's good. That's good. That's getting a little low. That's getting low. Oh boy. I did increase carbon fiber here a while back. Yeah, okay. That should hold. You think we got enough storage on Aquilo, people? Or do we need more? I think a lot of these are still epic boxes and uncommon, yeah. I've got to get these upgraded soon. How many do we have here? 3,700. I think that's enough to start importing, right? Bring in 500, and then we can start calling up the old boxes to get upcycled. Make sure we're getting those down here. Take care of that. That'll take some time, but that should get upgraded eventually. Synchronized launches, gotta love it. Feels so weird not having a bunch of trains coming and going from the factory, but The fact is that we've had such generous ore patches, and I've been playing this file for so long, and we've got such high mining prod. I don't think we're going to need trains. Mining prod is what, 1,000? 1,018. I went ham on the mining prod. Even early on, I had really high mining prod just because I was dinking around on novice for so long. Yeah, those flow kettle cold barrels are going. We still got lamps here. We're over 40,000. And the Covenant is 264 in. Yeah, this is going to be close. This is going to be closest yet. Come on, where's my biter nests? So the next major science expansion will be once we get this research prod stable. And then we're going to have another Covenant, I think. Which is ultimately going to result in having to double every other science. This is the irony. Promethium science is widely known as the most difficult science. But the deeper you get into the end game, the late game, Promethium actually becomes pretty easy. Whereas I think production science becomes the worst, or maybe EM science. Probably production science. The reason being, we never got a building that kind of doubles or optimizes the productivity from stone. Whereas we have EM plants for circuits and cable, and we have foundries for plates and low densities and belts even. And of course the foundries maximize the ore, but we never got something for stone. And I think that's why endgame high SPM, the stone and the production science just becomes such a hurdle. I was looking at Hobbit's 10 million SPM Megabase, and the amount of stone belts is staggering. He's got the legendary miners going into the silos, so you get more throughput, and you have a bunch of stack inserters coming out of the silos onto the belt. That's how you maximize stone mining throughput, really, or really any type of mining throughput. I think it's 12 stack belts of stone for every production science blade. That's what it's called. It's a blade design that he's using. When I think about the amount of mining or stone crafting that it would take to fill 10 or 12 stack belts of stone, not to mention the UPS toll it takes on that. That's why I don't think I'm ever going to make it to 1,000,000 SPM. I might get to 500K. I think that's feasible. It's not until the new computer. New computer, I can really start to go ham and just start laying mass infrastructure, like as much as we can produce. But for now, I only produce what's needed, basically, unless it's, something like science. You never produce enough of that. Or bulk inserter. That's another thing of beauty with these stone crafters, is that you don't have to worry about producing the incredibly immense amount of stone required. Of course, you can't do this on Novice. The Stonecraft only works on Volcanus, which kind of limits it. That said, Novice is still very lucrative for production science. You have huge stone patches on Novice. There's a lot of stone you can get. But then you have to have the, like I say, the massive amount of belts required, the mining, the throughput. And that's not counting the huge amount of molten iron that's also required for the production science. I think that's where Volcanus kind of becomes much more lucrative, at least in the mid game, is because iron ore is essentially free here, whereas as a novice you have to mine it. I could just keep laying these stone crafters and not have to worry about any of the stone. But the thing about that is they're not the hugest thing for a production science setup. This is actually pretty small. But the fact of the matter is you could easily devise a setup that maximizes every foundry. So rather than having to have the foundry come on and off periodically, it's just constantly running because it's so fast and it's going on any number of belts needed to the production side. I'm still kind of weighing my options with that. Do I want to move it to novice and go all out speed and all out ham? That might be something to think about for the next Megabase stream also. Is starting to devise a really good novice production science blueprint that's coming right out of the stone mine. Again, at that point, do I belt in all the stone, or do I connect a fluid pipeline of molten iron to it? Because I like the production science to be produced on site. All of these modules I have on Volcanus for the science, every single intermediate that is needed is produced on site. And essentially all you have to do is pump in whatever fluids are needed and then belt in things that are needed like coal or stone. In this case, we don't even need to belt in stone because we've already got that unlocked, just coal. Like for the production science, all we need is we have to pipe in molten lava. What else is there? There's petroleum, we have to pipe in petroleum gas. And then we belt in coal and calcite, and that's it. From those four, it does everything else, including craft the stone. And granted, the production science assemblers, there's only one of them for each one of these, and they don't run constantly. Well, this one's full, but it's pretty dang close to constant. And at this speed, when you don't have to worry about the stone is essentially creating itself on site. It's a really good trade-off in my opinion, really good. Worth any lack of speed, worth any, minor optimizations that might not be present. Yeah, next Monday, we've got work to do in terms of production science on Novice. I've really got to start brainstorming on Novice, how we're going to take science up there. Because as of right now, there is no science that's being produced on Novice, none. All Novice is for here is for the labs. and for upcycling. I do have science arrays here, but they are off currently. These were just for prototyping and testing. I have them going to steel chests, so they don't pull from there. All of the basic sciences are coming from Volcanus right now. And I like that because it comes straight out of the cargo bay. There's not extra belts needed. You don't have bots flying in the science here. It's all coming right out of here, right to here, and then immediately on the belt, which is excellent for UPS. But the more we move forward and think about expansion, I don't see how Volcanus can continue to hold and still be UPS friendly. We're going to have to get at least production and military. Utility, chemical can probably skate by on those on Volcanus. They don't take up a huge amount of space. Automation and logistic, that's obviously very easy. Those don't take up much space at all, and they put out a ton of science on Volcanus. The other option becomes the legendary science. Do we start thinking about producing the legendary science? With the space casinos going away soon, I think a lot of the legendary science is going to become much less viable, which is why I'm probably, leaning against it. With the space casino, lots of legendary science becomes viable. Automation, logistic, chemical, utility, and most notably space. But without the space casino, I don't see how it's going to be worth it to just keep making the legendary sciences. Those resources, unless you're at a level that Hobbit's at, 10 million SPM, I think those resources are just better put into more infrastructure, more expansion. We're really reaching the point now in Factorio where it's going to be a huge amount of brainstorming here, a huge amount of work, a huge amount of infrastructure and materials are going to be needed to expand. We've been slow expanding since about 40K research pod SPM because I engineered the Covenant platform, which is just so far ahead in terms of Promethean. Now we're finally getting to the point where all the other sciences are starting to catch up to the Promethean platform and our rate, if you will. And at this point, it comes to either engineering a new Promethean platform, which undoubtedly is going to be UPS unfriendly, or just doubling it, making another Promethean platform, and then having to double all the other sciences to match it. Automation, logistic, that's easy, no problem. Military is going to be a bit of a pain because of the stone. Chemical should be simple. Chemical's not an issue. Production science is going to be the biggest hurdle by far. Utility, you have options. Utility, you can craft it on Volcanus, cheap. You can craft it on Fulgora, cheap as well. But I find that Fulgora is much more suited to just EM science. You can get a good yield of utility science from Fulgora, but it's almost always cutting in to your batteries, which are needed for the EM science. And if you're producing both EM and utility on Fulgora, you're undoubtedly going to have to either import batteries or have some type of sophisticated, dedicated battery maker there. I was producing utility science on Fulgora for quite a while until the batteries were just, they're not able to keep up with EM science anymore, and I moved it all to Volcanus. We still got 2 boxes of Promethium here. Oh, we got a biter nest. Hello. Hype. Two more epics, and this silo will be up to epic status. Oh, I blew this, dang it. Well, that's going to be a little behind now. Imported from the wrong planet, dang it. Well, I guess that gives Aquilo a little chance to catch up on a few things. We shouldn't run out. I was like, why is this number not changing yet? Good thing I caught that. I need to fix that. This should still be going, right? Okay, yeah, it's not. I took that off. Dang it, I should have left that on. Mistakes were made. Alright, so let's start scanning here. Obviously, this will probably be the first place I start making sciences at. Because we've already got things rigged up here. Nice, big patch of stone. Yeah, we could definitely start making production science here pretty easily. So I think it's going to be production and military science that we start building for the next stream around here. And then I'm going to have to get a train to cargo up the science. Might just wait for 2.1, really, because we're going to be cargoing in a ton of Stein. And the quality cargo wagon upgrade just seems to be resonant. I don't see this running out for a very long time. Especially with our level of mining prod. We could get a very good military production science operation going here. We don't even need military. We still got millions of military science. But of course, eventually that will run out. Matter of time. We are pumping that holmium now. Where are we at here? We got another 70K done. Lovely. Space science hasn't been an issue in forever. This platform is making a insane amount of space science. We're actually ahead right now. 345,000. I think I was definitely ahead of the game when I engineered this space platform. I used to have an array of like 10 small space science platforms to keep up with this level of SPM. Then I put it off forever. I was always talking about, I gotta make the mobile space science platform someday. Finally decided to sit down and do it after I'd learned combinators, because I knew that would be pretty important. And since then, this is all we've needed. In theory, this platform could probably handle 300,000 to 400,000 SPM, which is insanity, from 8 assemblers. Exactly, Ash. There's no denying that. Once engineering has taken place, over-engineering is always an option. I do still have this leaving novice every 600 seconds, simply because if I just leave it above novice, eventually ice will run out. Because oxide asteroids will run out. They're very scarce around novice. So every 600 seconds I have it going to Gleba, so it can continue to collect oxide asteroids and make ice. And it works really good. A lot of launches happening right now from Aquilo. We're gonna get busy now. What are we topping out at? It's like just under 450 MW. Okay, yeah, we're still way ahead here for power. This should get full, if not close. It's weird how one side tends to fill up more than the other. It looks like right side is just about full. $54,000 plus. Not the biggest belt wave I've done. I have another platform that holds over 170,000 nuclear chunks. But as aforementioned, it's not very UPS friendly at all. Yeah, it looks like we are still gonna have a bit of a gap here. I'm pretty sure. Okay, we got all the epics up. Good. I need to add another variable here. We can get those upcycled. These will still be going for a long time, so I don't have to cut that yet. This is the last collector that needs to get full. And there we are. The Promethium can have some pretty extreme variants. Sometimes with this time of the past we don't get full, other times we get full in advance, like we are now. And there's still like 30 km left. So I kind of have to balance it in between the two to make sure we always get a full load of Promethium. And the gap is about to hit now, I think. Yep, there it goes. Well, let's get that prediction delved out. We haven't caught up to it. What's up, Show? Show's calling Nans, folks. I was cooked last night. I couldn't do it last night. Same bat time, Show? What time you thinking? Nans are possible. Somebody profited a bunch of Zarbucks on this one. If you voted yes, a winner is you. GG on that. Usual time? If that means I'm doing 4-job fiesta tonight, it's going to be a late night. That said, yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it, Joe. Let's do the Nans. I'll cook tonight. I got to cook up something to get me back in the win column. Show's won 5 in a row. Although the last one was close. Yeah, I had a 4-hour live space yesterday on X when we were going over notes from my last few weeks' live spaces about this whole disclosure thing going on and all these data centers. I only got through half of my notes in a 4-hour space. I gotta do another space this Friday or Sunday. Okay, we're gonna wait out and see how long this gap is, and then we're gonna be raiding. Let's see. Looks like it's gonna be still about a 4 to 5 minute gap. We need more biter nests. How many more? Maybe when we get all this to legendary, it might keep up. I really don't want to add any more biter's nests right now. I just want to get these up to legendary. Let's take a look at uranium, see if that's coming up now. It should be. up to 83,000. Yeah, that's going up a little bit, I think. Good. We Megabase and show. When is show gonna have a Megabase like this? This is my ammo dump show. 3 assemblers. This is Czar's ammo dump. I'm starting to clear through some of this military science. Almost 150k SPM, it still takes over 2 hours, over 3 hours to get a level of anything. That's where we're at right now, Factorio, folks. We already got another 400 legendary iron plates here. 1,200 legendary copper cable. 300 legendary plastic. The best thing about this is that it's tileable. These miners could put out a lot more scrap. We could probably have a belt of scrap that goes off the map here, like way down here, before the scrap actually started running out. Everything else is still holding. We are still getting some legendary holmium. How do I fix that? I think I have the blacklist holmium from all of these. That should get us a little more. Houston, we have a problem there. We need a belt there. Whoops. Spidertron to the rescue. I need to update that blueprint. go. Should get us a little more holmium. Research pod probably feeds back in. Yep. Get that blueprint updated. Don't need Spidertron there. And make sure all this is working properly, like it is now. And yeah, we are getting a little more holmium there. Very good. Very good. Been a very good stream. Very productive. Got some work done here today. Got some legendary biter nests. Let's get you back to base. We're going to keep closing that gap on the research prod with every biter nest that we get. Next Monday, we got work to do. Fulgora, Novice. Big work. Maybe more Factorial this week. I like to do my other bases during the week. The normal quality base, the shipwreck base I've still got to get through. I've got a new sandbox file that I'm working on. We'll take a quick peek at what I've got going in the sandbox here. We've got another novice base in a box design with a very compact train depot. This is going to get way better with the quality upgrade. We're going to have a ton of ore that comes in here. I think this train depot will be able to handle a lot of SPM. Right now, the main bottleneck is the advanced circuits, and I've got them going pretty quick. This is what is currently capping out, if you will, and it's because of the productivity science. We're just, yeah, you see we're kind of in and out of holding 4200 SPM here. On one EM plant for red circuits, I'd say that's pretty dang good. And then I've started some work on Volcanus here. Wait, this isn't the right file. It's Alpha 2. Here we go. We got Volcanus base in a box going here with a very high level of SPM. This is way more than what we need right now. And this Volcanus does everything you want Volcanus to do. We've got speed modules going here, upcycling. We've got upcycling of foundries, of big mining drills. We also have cliff explosives going here. Everything you'd want from Volcanus is present here in a relatively compact design. We're obviously not doing the basic sciences. For the sandbox file, I want to try to keep that on novice and see just how much more infrastructure we're going to need for it to keep up with this level of metallurgic. But later this week, we might touch on this one. And then, of course, I've got the Death World Marathon file here. The true novice base in the box. This is going to be an all normal quality run. There's not going to be any sort of quality in this run at all. This is all normal quality stuff. This has been a lot of fun. This base in the box here, I think this looks really cool. It's obviously not the fastest for SPM, but again, you're running normal quality everything, only 3 labs, pre-Vulcanus tech. One train delivers all the ores in here. This is something else that's going to get way better with the new update and cargo wagon upgrade. I'll be able to... Oh, actually, no, this is normal quality. That's right. So this is not going to get any better at all, Dirt. This is normal quality run, so this is going to stay the same. But in theory, quality would make it much better. I really like these compact outposts. Everything is controlled by a circuit network here. It's just automatic. Whenever we need barrels for the uranium mining, repair kits, whatever, the inserter will come on and put it into the logistic network. Just one away from Judge Dredd. Are you the Law Show? Not martial law, but martial show. Yep, that's going to do it for today, folks. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed this Factorio stream. We ended up going to almost 4 hours here. I'd call that a productive stream. Let's find out who is streaming Factorio right now. Who are we rating? Stay tuned later. Nans are guaranteed. Potentially 4-job Fiesta after Nans. We got the boy High Speed doing the Ribbon World of Death. This is cool stuff here. If you like Factorio, you'll love this. High Speed's always got some cool stuff going on there. Great engineer, great streamer. Let's go check him out. Thank you all for watching. It was good seeing you all. We'll see you again here later. Megabase Monday returns next Monday, and like I said, maybe later this week we'll get into this file or the sandbox. Probably the sandbox. This file I still got a lot of waiting to do and cooking to do. I want to get some more physical projectile damage and stuff, and this one is really slow. Yeah, it'll probably be sandbox fun. Sandbox always moves quickly. There's always lots of work to be done in sandbox mode. You're all awesome people. Never let anyone tell you otherwise. Be sure to check out our Discord. If you like Factorio, we got lots of blueprints there. We got 3 different Factorio channels for you to share whatever you got. We organize all our games there, like Show's talking about. We're going to be doing free Enterprise Rando later tonight. That's going to be fun. I got to find a way to get back in the win column. We'll see you back here later tonight, everyone. Take care, and GG, the factory has grown.